Oops. That wasn't what I wanted. There we go. Hi, Stage. How are ya? Oops. That wasn't what I wanted there. And I forgot to mute myself. Okay, there we go. I see my big giant head on the screen. That's always a good sign. Stage 541 is here to hang out. Good to see you. Welcome to Adventures After Dark. I am your host, Big Ed Mustafa. It's Friday night. It's 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, and that means it's time for me to go questing. So, my champion, Galandriel, is still doing dailies out in North Athelion, and that makes me want to cry. I did finally get to the Herbalism Advanced stage, which means I just have to do Final, which is 150 more dailies. That kind of hurts my heart. Nemone, my 105th level hunter, just finished Height Bolt just earlier today, I'm happy to say. So she is ready to move on. Unfortunately, when I checked my quest or my deed log, I still have a whole bunch of stuff in Eastern Rohan to clean up, much more than I would have ever thought possible. So she's still going to be toiling out there just to get her deed log cleaned up before I can move her on. It's not fun being at level cap and having to go back through 80th and 90th level content. So do yourselves a favor, try to get as many of your deeds done as you can while you're actually in the zone, because having to go back and do them later just is sad. It makes me sad. Little Ed Mustafa is in a similar predicament. He is in the Eastimate working on Height Bolt also. And I have been trying to figure out what I want to play tonight so that I'm not just running daily instances, because they make me sad and I can't imagine that they're fun to watch, because we all have to do daily instances over and over and over. So rather than put that kind of repetitive stuff out on the stream tonight, I thought I would pick a character I hadn't played in a while. This is the lovely and fierce Loriana. She is a 56th level lore master. I don't play her on stream very often, but she's a terrific character, very fun to play. I like her. She is... I think I might have changed her vocation. Nope, she's still a woodworker and forester. Okay, she carves her own staffs. Not a big deal. She also does some farming. Probably not the best use. In fact, if I were really thinking hard about it, I'd probably make her a jeweler. But I think I converted my other woodworker here on Crick Hollow over to scholar. So if I convert Loriana to jeweler, I wouldn't have any woodworkers. Although my opinion on woodworking lately, I'd probably be okay with that. I don't find myself doing a lot of woodworking after I get to 50th level. Once you start hitting legendaries, you're not carving a lot of bows or wooden melee weapons. I don't even have a minstrel on Crick Hollow, so I wouldn't need to carve musical instruments either. So that's a thought for another day. Tonight we're going to do some Moria questing. She has been through a pretty big swath of Moria. She is down in the Rotted Cellar, as you can see, or excuse me, the Rotting Cellar. I wouldn't want to mispronounce it.
Stay a moment. We will need your aid against the orcs of Moria.
Hunzi, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, bud. I do have Discord open if anybody wants to pop in and say hello. Let me see if I can cut and paste an invite for my own channel. Exclamation point Discord. I know Hunzi's familiar with this link. We chat all the time. I appreciate him putting up with my ridiculous American accent, too. You're very kind, Hunzi. There we go. There's an open Discord invite for anybody who wants to pop in and say hello. As long as you remember to be polite, I won't have to toss you out on your ear. You don't have to be too polite, because it is me, after all. I probably deserve whatever abuse you throw my way, But since this is Lotro Stream and not my personal channel, we do have to keep things relatively civilized. So let's see, I need to find some goblin corpses. I think I can do that. If you can't find goblin corpses, you can just make new goblin corpses. That's always a good strategy.
We will not
Find a good spot to test the water. I think I can do that. Winniel has something that I am not quite ready for. So we'll pick up some quests. I actually used to stream with Loriana quite a bit when I first started streaming. One of my favorite pets is Toonces, my attack lynx, named after Toonces the Driving Cat of Saturday Night Live fame. The sketch always amused me, so...
Oh, glorious day!
Collect creature samples. I can do that. That's as simple as just killing stuff here in the rotted cellar. But you want to make sure that you're not missing any quests before you head down into the waterworks. I know a lot of us have a love-hate relationship with Moria, but to look out over the waterworks and to not admire it would be wrong. I mean, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous dungeon. It's okay to hate Moria, but you have to admire the beauty at the same time. This is a pretty amazing section. Mapping the Winding Way. I wonder how I got all the way down here without mapping the Winding Way. I'll bet I came down the well. I would be surprised if Loriana is not well traveled. Oops, and now she has a sprained ankle. At your convenience, Hunzy. Hi, Mishi Bug. How are you doing tonight? If you just want to hang out without jumping into chat, I understand completely. If you want to pop into chat, though, Hunzy, I always enjoy talking to you. Let's see what we got here. Now, I am by no means an expert lore master, but I do have fun when I play mine. I like Toonces and using the pet stealth skill. A lot of times you can one-shot stuff. That was weird. I stopped short all of a sudden and I don't know why. Toonces kill. That was weird. Hi, Maiden. How are you? Discord is open, but Maiden might not be talking to me. I thought I did a pretty flattering imitation of her on All Upstream Wednesday night, but I heard she disagreed. Why get your hands dirty when you can just play a lore master? There we go. Like the Runekeeper, one of the things that makes Lore Masters fun is you get to set stuff on fire. I don't know why I'm getting thrown around like that. That's a little weird. Okay, maybe Maiden was amused, so that's good to hear. Nobody wants a redhead with a vendetta on him out there live in the world. That's just a scary thought. And hopefully the sound levels are good. Nobody said anything. We'll do a quick check. I've got 0 dropped frames. I see the meter bouncing around pretty good. So I'd say we're probably in okay shape. And the scrolling text message again this week is in support of our friends at Lotro Players and Lotro Reporter. You just can't get enough of Lotro. Perhaps you've got a long drive to work in the morning. Perhaps you're just stuck at your desk editing spreadsheets, as I am occasionally. Why not listen to a podcast? Lotro Players News, Lotro Reporter, Lotro Players Academy. Academy just did a nice podcast about playing the champion. That was fun to listen to. And there will be all kinds of information about the upcoming Update 20 and the Mordor expansion. And you just want to check out those podcasts. Plus, they'll have articles and links to other Lord of the Rings related news. You can find some fan fiction, all kinds of good stuff to read and listen to. For those horrible, tragic times when you actually have to be away from the game for a little while. So. Well, I will give you credit. Maiden of Rohan, it has a much thicker skin than All Up Enya does. Between the two of them, I think I have a much better chance of making All Up cry. You'd think as a Dallas Cowboys fan, he'd be more desensitized, but he can still hurt his feelings. He's just a big teddy bear. See, Toots has kicked some serious ass. I know everybody likes the Bog Lurker pet, and rightfully so, because they also do plenty of damage from far away. But if you have to go up against something particularly nasty, having your Lynx do some stealth damage is a very happy thing. Somewhere out here there's supposed to be some goblins floating around. Let's see if we can find some. I think that's a dead goblin. Fantastic. Maiden knows. She streams with All Up every Tuesday on the Red Salt Show. There we go. I see some leeches crawling in the water here. For those of you who don't get a chance to fish much in real life, leeches make wonderful bait. They're much tougher than worms or night crawlers, so you can catch a bunch of fish off of one leech, and fish just love them. They look nasty to us, but they must taste like licorice to fish. I don't know what the attraction is. Bluegill and bass and crappie and perch, and might be easier to name fish that won't bite a leech. There ain't that many of them. So remember, leeches are our friends. I can't promise anything, but if I can find some water, I might do some fishing on the stream tonight. He says checking to make sure Loriana actually has a fishing pole. What if she doesn't? Oh, there it is. Boom, it's even a Lebathron fishing rod. Although it's not a well-crafted one, which is shameful because she is a woodworker. So since the public demands it, there's a decent chance there will be fishing on stream tonight. Alright, what do I have? 2 of 4 goblin corpses found? Well, I was going to say let's check and see what we have for hobbit presents and stuff, but I seem to be having a pack space crisis at the moment. We'll have to come back to that. Deed bestowed, Worm Slayer. Really, I've only killed a single worm in all of Moria. I think the salamanders down here count. I will have to waste some. Speak of the devil. I think that's a mushroom I have to pick up later. 1, 2. Got him already. If you play Blue Line Lore Master, you're almost playing support to your pet. It's kind of a unique dynamic where your pet actually handles most of the heavy work, and you mostly just have to keep your pet alive and heal your pet and take care of your pet, and occasionally change out pets to make sure you've got the right pet selected for the battle at hand. More leeches. Spotting these goblin corpses down here in the dark is not always an easy task. Studying the local wildlife. Find the 3rd goblin corpse. Good spot to use the white cloth strip. I did something horrible a few years ago. We were in northern Minnesota with another pair of couples on a fishing trip, and we had bought some leeches to use as bait and had not used most of them. So we microwaved some queso dip a couple nights before, and I washed out the container and I put the leeches in it in the fridge to keep them fresh. And then one of my friend's wives came walking out to the kitchen, and just for fun, and because I'm me, I pulled out the Tupperware container, and I went, "Hey, Kristen, what happened to all of the queso dip?" And I held up this big container, and it was full of water and like black leeches swimming around, and she got all, she got the heebie-jeebies and didn't eat anything with cheese on it for the rest of the trip. Like cheese could just magically morph into leeches if you weren't careful. I'm a bad person. Nope, Toonces is still down there killing stuff. There, go kill that worm. He's going. I love how far you can have your pets go attack stuff. They're like in another zip code. Okay, Toonces, come on. Here comes Toonces. Yeah, if you haven't seen any of the Toonces the Driving Cat skits from SNL, I don't know. Maybe they'll amuse you, maybe they won't. They amused me. They were just dumb enough to be funny, if that makes any sense. Not real highbrow humor, but funny.
The orcs of Moria have much to account for.
Dark and shallow water. Quests of the Waterworks.
Welcome to Khazad-dûm. Perhaps soon we shall
Eat
stand face to
toads.
face with Lord Balin.
And who wanted the water tested? Silpha. There we go.
Durin's folk will defy Durin's bane!
And Thran wants
We
me
have little time to
to
speak. Great
collect
events have
spider
been set in
legs.
motion.
We can do that. Toonces kill. Toonces goes into ninja mode. Boom, just like that. 3,500 points of damage. Nice job, Toonces. So we need toads and spiders at the moment. One toad down. Well, we're in Toad Central right now. I got knocked out. Ooh, I got hallucinated by giant toad venom. I am tripping balls, as the kids like to say. Here's another fun Big Ed Mustafa fact for you. I had to have my Camry sent into the body shop to take care of that vandalism problem I described a week or two ago. And while they're getting the Camry all fixed up for me, my rental car has Colorado plates on it. So I'm expecting to get like pulled over and searched like 10 times this week. The Nebraska State Patrol just assumes everybody from Colorado is bringing weed into the state. It's kind of unfair.
Hey Ed.
Hey Zinger, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I am doing good. Playing my Lore Master on Crick Hollow tonight. 56th level, working her way through Moria. She does not have any dailies to repeat over and over and over, so I thought I would pull her out tonight. But
Well, if you think of it, isn't fishing really a repeatable, non-stop?
But fishing is its own reward. Toots' kill. We will do some fishing tonight. Loriana is not a lady of streams yet, so she needs some fishing points, and we'll get to that. But I did get Nemone through Height Bolt finally. She still has a bunch of Eastern Rohan deeds to complete, but that's one highly annoying thing that's done with.
Have a good one, Hansi.
Twitch is telling me Moonrager's popped in. Hello to you, sir. What the hell else is Toots is fighting back there? Been up to anything fun the last couple of days, Zinger?
I've been replaying Far Cry 3 just because
Cool.
it's not as good as Crisis, but you know it's a pretty good game.
I actually liked. I played the original Far Cry all the way through and beat the game, and kind of petered out, for lack of a better term, on Crisis. I never did get all the way through the original Crisis, despite my love of the game. And then when I went to go reinstall it, I couldn't find Disc 1. So never have finished Crisis.
What's a disc?
I know, I'm old. I actually bought some music CDs last month.
Target practice?
No, I actually have a music library. I try to buy discs once in a while.
That includes the Spice Girls.
I did not buy the Spice Girls. That's a hideous, hideous rumor. How dare you say that?
Can we adjust the camera?
No. Why? What's wrong with the camera?
Look at you.
I'm fine. I'm perfectly centered.
No, you're not.
Look at the screen.
Nope.
I'm perfectly centered.
Centered spiritually, though? I think that's what she's talking about.
Spiritually, and I mean, the important thing is the aspect ratio is dead on. If the aspect ratio were off, I could see being worried about it, but
No.
until Chromite pops on and tells me differently, honey, I'm not changing the camera setup.
You need to be centered. It's a bad shot.
Hey Moon, how you doing tonight?
Hi, Moon. Gotten a chance to play Drac on Brandywine at all? Moonrager's one of the 40 thieves on Brandywine, as is Zinger. As is Maiden. Yep. Just took one step too far.
I was shocked and amazed that Olive and Mort were able to play together again on their bergs.
Yeah,
the
that
other
was
day.
nice to see. He was telling me Wednesday that, yeah, we should all get together and do group stuff on your stream Friday. And I was like, well, that's really funny you're suggesting that because you never show up for my streams on Friday. I just figure he's got other stuff to do on Friday nights.
JK.
Did I see you were exploring the world of fishing in Neverwinter Online?
Yeah, they, for some reason, they were giving out some code for VIP time there, and it gives it gives you like a daily, like basically a loot box key, which otherwise you have to pay for. So I've been playing that a bit, just a bit, and one region has you do a lot of fishing. So
cool. For anybody out there who is afraid that I might be getting parched, fear not. I do have a crisp, refreshing Coke Zero next to me. It is delicious. And if the stream continues on into the wee hours, there's more where that came from. They were originally forecasting 4 to 6 inches of snow for overnight tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So Mrs. Mustafa made sure we were all stocked up with goodies, and then all of the snow moved way north, so we'll probably be dry all weekend.
yeah, I think we got like 1 inch here or something.
And let's put Tootsus into ninja mode. Nope, wasn't quite ready for stealth. So if you see me back up just a little bit, it's so I can check and see if Tootsus is opaque or partially transparent. You'll actually see him switch to being in stealth mode. Then you can I'll activate him on the glowworm. So we're looking at Tootsus, we're looking at Tootsus. There, he just went stealth. I don't know if you can see the visual effect or not.
No, and I think the Jack would destroy the integrity of the Coke Zero. The chemical balance would be all whack.
Yeah, I do have a buddy who's very fond of Bacardi and Coke Zero. I usually just drink it straight, though. The Coke Zero, not the Bacardi. I'm always worried that if I drank rum or Jack with my Coke Zero, it might lower my defenses, make me more vulnerable to Mrs. Mustafa's feminine ways. She's always trying to take advantage of me. But if any of you guys get a chance to talk to her, don't ask her about it, because she'll probably just lie to you. Okay, Tootsus, go get him. I think we're done with toads. We need more spider legs. So we're going to head over to the spider leg land.
I always hate when I'm not quite sure which server I should play. Oh, alcoholism.
Zinger hit 105 on Zingrab. So we actually have a level cap scholar in the kin. I've had quite a bit of fun with little Ed Mustafa, unfortunately to the point where my other two burglars have gotten almost no play. That's okay. And Tootsis is ready.
Yeah, I have a couple of the bergs that I'm pretty sure I've started way before the one on Brandy. And they're probably, you know, maybe in their 10s, 20s.
I have one here on Crick Hollow that's a human burglar. She's 36th or 38th level. And then my Hobbit burglar on Arkenstone, Mirabella, she's in her mid-50s.
Maiden wants to know about your foe.
Oh, the pho is delicious. Combination beef pho. Um, well done beef, rare beef, tripe, and meatballs. And it was about 20 degrees here in Omaha today, so it was the ideal lunch. My buddy got the barbecued pork chop, which also looked absolutely terrific. Yeah, it turned out Maiden and I both had Vietnamese soup for lunch today. If you do not have a Vietnamese restaurant near you, I highly recommend you go out, find the nearest Applebee's, burn it to the ground, and then if whoever buys the property doesn't put a Vietnamese restaurant there, go ahead and burn whatever they do build to the ground, and just keep doing that until you get a Vietnamese restaurant near you. Vietnamese food absolutely kicks ass. It is terrific stuff.
You'll also have quite the knack for arson.
Well, I am playing a lore master and I have a room keeper too, so arson's kind of becoming a lifestyle for me. That's why I originally wanted to play the champion, because it kind of helped dampen my enthusiasm for fire in a positive and constructive way. Narag Khalib.
Is this the part of the stream where Standing Sense will insert some kind of
Disclaimer? Yeah.
disclaimer about arson?
Yeah. If Standing Stone actually had paid attention to anything I said on stream, I would have been booted long ago.
Hey, Maiden, I'm fine. How are you doing? Hope your, your trip went well, other than the purpose for having to go. But sorry to hear about that. Hopefully, otherwise the trip was okay.
Once in a while, Toonses just sneaks off and goes and kills something. Somewhere down here there's stairs up that lead to a whole bunch of those glass spiders. I think I'm heading the right direction. I was talking to M-Dog the other day. Somebody was talking about how much they dislike Moria. And I said the whole key to Moria is you just need to spend about 6 months down here wandering around lost in circles until things start to look familiar, and then you begin to like it. I wish that were less true than it really is. Oh, I think those are the stairs I've been looking for.
Is this the part where Alec Guinness comes up and says, "These are not the stairs you're looking for"?
Well, if I can get one more spider, I don't need to go up the stairs. I would be okay with that. And speak of the devil.
You eventually want to go up there because there's the mirror up there for the quest, and there's an item in one corner that starts a quest that I think you have to turn in back at 20 tall. Plus, there might be a discovery bit of the deed up there.
Yeah, you're probably right on all counts. I was still planning on going up there. I was just glad to get my 10th spider. I don't think those legs are 100% drop, so if I got all the way to the top of the stairs and still didn't have my 10th spider leg, I might have gotten salty. I think the key to using the lynx as a pet is to just use those special attacks. They don't have a particularly long cooldown and they're very effective. Where's Toonces? Okay, I think he's ready.
Sounds good, madam.
Moon cheese makes everything better. I still haven't tried moon cheese. The Lost Palace. What is there, a necklace up here or something? A pendant,
Yeah,
maybe?
it's in one of the corners, yeah. It's like in the corner, caddy corner, I think, to where the stairs are.
Yep, there it is, Brooch of Lorien. And it looks like Toonces got poisoned. So that's a thing. Looks like Toonces is on his own.
Is this a woodworker or an explorer?
Woodworker.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite vocation. Actually, there are vocations that suck more than woodworker, but not many. It's useful at low levels, I will say that. Oh, the Glass Spider Queen. I think that's a quest later on.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember ever having to kill her for a reason. Maybe it's like a class quest or something like that. I don't know.
Or I'm just making it up. You never can tell with me. What'd you have for lunch today, Zinger?
Not Vietnamese soup.
I pity you then.
Did you click on the mirror yet?
Oh no, walked right past it probably. Mirror, mirror, mirror. Was it upstairs?
Yeah, it's upstairs right near the edge.
One of the hazards of having been through Moria so many times. I saw it, I just didn't pay attention.
Yeah, sometimes I forget because it used to be like you had to get a quest for it and then, find it. But now I think they're all just auto bestow on clicking on them. There still is a deed for collecting all of them all still. I try to.
Yep, much easier than back in the old days. Back in my day. I almost have to wonder. No, music's up. Just haven't heard a whole lot of it so far tonight. Well, it's kind of a good news, bad news situation for all of you watching at home. The bad news is we can't do any fishing yet because of my pack situation. However, the good news is, and I know Technical 13 would be extra excited if he happened to be here, means that we're very quickly approaching the inventory management section of the stream.
I got my pillow ready.
Perfect. You may also want to get your favorite nightcap and or a blankie. And in case you're wondering what I'm snacking on, Mrs. Mustafa picked up a bag of cinnamon-covered almonds at the local neighborhood Walmart grocery. They're about $8 for a 1-pound bag, and they're sort of like candy crack. She has a horrible skill for finding just the most best, awesomest snacks that I don't need. I may have mentioned the coconut-covered almonds that are also covered in chocolate from Aldi's. They're like teeny tiny bite-sized almond joys, but with a better nut to coconut ratio.
Hey Kane, welcome to the stream.
Kane Godney, howdy. That goblin looked sick.
It's always nice going back into playing some Lotro, to playing some other free-to-play games that have much worse free-to-play systems.
What other free-to-play games?
I was playing some Star Warriors and some Neverwinter, which is it's not as bad as some, but it's still not that great.
Yeah, I dabbled with Neverwinter for a little while. It was okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy cash shop, so it kind of restricts a lot of stuff. But yeah, since Lotro has such an awesome free-to-play system, it's great coming back in.
Lotro has arguably the best free-to-play system of any MMO. Except for an MMO that's completely free. Although the completely free MMOs, I haven't seen too many that impressed me.
Hey, Elise.
Hi, CableNet. Her real name's Elise, but try to keep that a secret.
I'm in CableNet.
Just like nobody wants to know that Maiden's real name is Brunhilde. A lot of Germans settle in Wisconsin.
I thought it was Olga. Maybe that's their middleman, I don't know.
We are having a great evening. It's Friday night. We're having a nice, chill, relaxed stream here at Adventures After Dark. Zinger's hanging out with me in Discord.
These halls will be great once more. Azog's folk have not yet fully repaid for their crimes against us.
Greetings, friend. Are you lost?
Local wildlife. All right, with
Hey.
apologies, we're going to have to do some inventory management, gang.
Hey, Jet.
Jet 420's made it. Hi, Jet. Good to see you, bud.
You will find no better craftsman than Durin's folk.
Cable knit, it sounds like your grandmother was a wise woman.
Yes, balls. Yes, you did.
Yeah, Balls got here just at the right time. I often imagine that when I'm looking at my inventory bags like this, my eyes have the same cold, dead look as a shark or an evil doll.
Is everybody excited that we'll have Power Rangers full all 831 episodes being shown on Twitch back to back?
That is pretty sweet.
You'll have to let Mrs. Mustafa know when they put all the episodes of Murder She Wrote as a big marathon.
Hank the propane tank. I stick my finger in her pies. Hi, Hank. Hi, Pang. Ooh, I got a key. That's pretty exciting. Good news, everybody. I got a key and I have 2 chests on me, so you're going to get to see the world's worst looter. I am terrible at it.
Hey, Pam.
Ah, both elf steel bound. If I get crams and a tattered hat, I will be happy. That would be like a good loot box for me. Mark's superb earring of the Aurochs 5 soldier summonings. Yeah, that's actually more useful than usual. Level 50. Of course, it's an earring of might.
No Cryles, you do not miss the fishing. He has to clean out his inventory first.
Fishing is yet to come, Kryles. You're just in time. Except I've got all this junk.
Is your fishing adequate at least, or is it still pretty low?
The best craftsmen
That's a
were
good
once found
question.
in
Let's look and
Khazad-dûm.
see.
Soon they will be again.
53 out of 200. So pretty mediocre.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember going pretty low. Through Moria and fishing, it's just all junk.
Crap, yeah. Till you break 100, it's going to be pretty bad most everywhere, except for Ostguruth. I have a tie to the 21st Hall. I could always pop there and do some trout fishing and then pop back. I don't know. I think my nearest tie is Ecad Dunan. I always just go tie to the 21st Hall and come back. So at my level, that's where the best fishing would be. Alright, what the heck was I working on here? Let's loot some stuff. Stuff that's garbage. Most of this is pretty good for task trade-ins. Tails not so much. Most everything else, hopefully I'll not have so much of the stuff that I can't pick it all up.
A good one, King.
Kane, have a good one. Thanks for coming by. Sleep fast so you're nice and fresh in 4 hours. Large pile of copper scraps. Although... I haven't been to my house here on Crick Hollow in a long time. Wasn't even sure it was still paid up. Okay. Let's go to the task board. Because remember, boys and girls, you should turn in your daily tasks every single day. Only good things can come of it. You get experience points, you get item experience points, you get rep, you get horse steed points, and you clear out inventory slots. So reputation-wise, I'm allied with the guards, but still only friends with the miners, so I want to hit the miners extra heavy. That's easy enough to do. Now I got plenty of polished scales, plenty of barbed claws. Plenty of creepy filth. Charming sword sheaths and polished sword sheaths, not so much. But spotted skins I've got plenty of. How are we doing on? I do have 11 charming sheaths. Oh, and I got plenty of polished sheaths. There you go. Who knew? Until I looked, I had no idea.
How goes it, Arcast?
Arcast, howdy. How you been? I want to give Arcast a shout out. I have not caught you for a week or two, bud. It's good to see you. And Leroy Jenkins, hello, hello. I have been accused of being your namesake before. I'm not a smart man. See, you turn in the task items and just good things happen. Things start dinging and glowing and flashing. And bars move and numbers go up. 4 to go. And I am drowning in materials to turn in, so this is all good. Spotted skin. I got plenty of polished scales and polished sheaths. So every time you do 100 tasks, you get a +1 task token to upgrade your maximum to 10th. And if you actually do 500 tasks, you get this Cloak of the Hotshot, which Loriana happens to be wearing, at least cosmetically. Okay, so we got 10 task turn-ins. The little message I got was, task limit reached. I have completed 10 of 10 for the day. So we're good there. We got a legendary item that leveled up. We've bestowed a deed, reflections. That was my first mirror. I must have ran past a few others. And I'm still not sitting on a lot of open pack spaces. So we'll go over to the mailbox and make room for fishing. Yeah, I've been around Arcast. It must just be bad timing. My apologies, bud.
Abide here a moment and speak with me.
I'm not sure about important, Arcast, but you know, you're on the right track. Oh, that's cool, man. It'll be Arcast's first foray into Moria.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've got Shadows. I haven't played a lot of it. Are you looking forward to Shadows of War at all? Oh yeah, I'm super important, Arcast. He said, trying to keep a straight face.
I think we just want to see how lost he's going to get on his first trip in.
Very lost.
I know I sure did.
Why the hell didn't I send the Taylor scrolls? Now I'm just vexed.
And if you want help clearing an inventory space, there's the soldier summoning thing. If you click on them, they'll all go to like your character.
They're not visible.
Hmm.
I did that on another character. I used them all up because normally it just puts the soldier token up here, but it's not visible. Maybe I have to go into an instance to get the soldier token pasted up here.
No, you just right click on your character portrait, and then there's a toggle UI, and then landscape vitals, and then that
Ah,
pops up a
okay.
little like UI that you can use if you want to
5 hours,
summon
yeah.
from.
Perfect. So that's why I hang out with Zinger. He's smarter than me and he explains stuff. I've only been playing the game for about 5 years, so learning the basic user interface still baffles me.
And I think I don't know. It might be a cap of 5 that you can use. You can use on one character at a time. So, like up to 5 hours. Again, but they're only usable not in a landscape or not in an instance. So, like landscape soldiers,
Who knew?
I rarely ever use them. You know, so I usually forget, even if I have some set to a character.
Note to self, those are not load-bearing banners.
I've tried that.
Alright, are you keeping track for me, Zinger? We've done inventory management. I've eaten on camera. We just need to do some fishing and crafting.
Got it.
Those are the 4 pillars of a quality stream. So we're halfway home. Crylus craft fishing poles, 2 for 1. Not a bad call. Except I don't think there's an Ilex fishing pole in the game. Here we are, Shattered Crystal.
Yeah, there you go. One good use for crafting. Or woodworking, I mean, specifically. It would be pretty cool if, right now, because I hear they added some recipes in the latest area. If one of the woodworking ones is a new fishing pole.
Toonce's kill.
No, Arcas, we're all open. He's pretty reliable on doing, his tenets of streaming. Getting them all in, even if he has to do them all in the last 5 minutes.
I guess we could make task turnings the 5th pillar. I do that pretty regularly too.
Looks like the streamer command needs updated.
Hooray! Yes, please remember that as a Twitch streamer, I am both desperate for your approval and for your following me. So if you'd like, you can go over to my personal stream, throw me a follow. I will be eternally grateful.
Wait, you mean this isn't Evil Twin? Oh.
Only if Evil Twin's really carb loaded and let himself go. Although I do have more hair than Evil Twin, so I've got that going for me.
It's the small things.
I might need to do about 10 million ab crunches, but I don't need hair plugs, so...
Krause wants to know if you beat new Wolfenstein.
You know, I was playing it, and hey, there we go. Ask and ye shall receive. I haven't gone back to it. In fact, I bought Doom, and I hate to admit it, but I have completely forgotten about Wolfenstein: The New Order. And in fact, I wanted to pick up Wolfenstein: The Old Blood and give that a try too. New Order is really cool, and Old Blood looks like it'll be a lot of fun. But I need to pick Doom back up and keep playing Doom. I've streamed that a couple times and love the game. You know, the problem with MMOs is I've got so much going on between Lotro and EVE Online that it's tough to squeeze in other stuff. I've got all the downloadable content for Fallout 4, and I haven't played it since before all that stuff came out. Although I've already confessed one of the reasons I haven't picked that back up is fear. I'm used to being sleep deprived, but man, when I'm on a Fallout kick, I'm talking like 2-hour naps. It's like, I'll just play till 5 a.m., lay down for a couple hours, head into the office, and then come home and do it all again. Yeah, for me to sit down and play Fallout for 8 or 12 hours straight is nothing. It was scary how many times when I was playing Fallout 4, I would know it was time to log off because the sun would start shining through the bedroom window. Be like, oh crap, I need to get to bed. Don't be like me, kids. Get your 7 to 8 hours of sleep nightly. And know when to say when. Even if you're having fun in post-apocalyptic, where was I this time? Now I'm blanking on where Fallout 4 takes place.
Isn't it in the Boston area?
Yeah, there you go, Boston. I was just reading about the Big Dig, so I was thinking I had Boston in the brain. Because the Institute is basically a knockoff of the MIT.
My favorite part of Standing Stone is when you get to stand on that, or Fallout 4 was when you get to stand on the big Standing Stone. I ruined it.
That's okay.
I am deeply ashamed.
They can't all be gems.
Sims 2 was a big beta, apparently, at one point.
Cool. Yeah, CableNet, I sympathize.
I'm sure many experienced a similar thing with Skyrim or any of the Elder Scrolls.
It's too bad they don't make like an online version of those.
Yuck, yuck.
Well, I hate to say it. I hope that game's going well. I'd seen Andrew streaming it pretty regularly for a while. I don't know I've seen him on it lately. I haven't heard as much talk about it as I did a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, like when it first came out, I was hearing a lot of negative things, but I think they've done a pretty good job at, getting people to play it. And, from what I hear, it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I thought they'd fixed most of the shortcomings and it was kind of building momentum, but maybe I'm just not following enough streamers who also play it.
I know I've had many
Hi,
sleepless
Sinister
nights.
Grins.
Howdy. In the past with Diablo 2.
Yeah, Balls, I know there's an Elder Scrolls MMO. That was me trying to be funny. Sorry. Obviously, I failed. Anytime I have to explain a joke.
They can't all be gems.
Exactly. Makes me sad.
Hey, Death.
Deathman, how's it going? Hear about Deathman getting me in trouble with Gussie Moose last week? I'll take that as a no. Oh no, there's a giant turtle coming after me.
Yeah, Cable, I played a little bit of Guild Wars too. Um, when it went free to play, that is. I just never really got that hooked into it.
There's a lot of good MMOs out there that just sort of seem to be missing something to draw you in. I always thought DDO was very good, but just didn't quite have the same appeal to me as Lotro. And DDO is pretty close. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think with me and Guild Wars, it was like the story just wasn't very enticing or something like that. Of course, nothing's gonna be as good as Lotro doesn't have that background to it, but it just didn't draw me in that way. I think our cast review on Guild Wars is much like your review on Star Wars.
Story was even more blah blah.
Or specific Star Wars, I should say. Not I know you like some of them.
Kryla says Star Wars is just missing fun. Yeah, there's a lot of MMOs that are like that. I remember when, and of course we never want to bash any other MMOs while we're talking here on Lotro Stream, because we respect the work of game developers everywhere. That having been said, Seven Hero and All Up were on that Terra kick for a while. And
I was on it too.
I downloaded it, and I was about 90 seconds into the game, and I'm like, why am I here? What's the point of this? Some games draw you in. I found Terra to almost be repellent in that regard. It confused and frightened me.
I will just say that, pretty much all of the latest classes they have added have been female only, and you probably know where that's going.
Yeah.
But I don't mind people who play it. I don't mind people who play anyone, any game.
Any game that you find enjoyable should be played. I agree with that sentiment completely. Games are all about having fun. It's not a matter of which one's better than the other. By all means, do your own thing. Look at how pretty that is. That is just a terrific shot. Those water wheels spinning and the water cascading down from all different directions. Toons is clawing things to death left and right. It's just awesome. Maybe he means wow.
Deathman makes a good point. Coming from the man who spent 30 minutes buffing the quest for 10 minutes in Asheron's Call.
Okay, first of all, Asheron's Call is a timeless classic. And first of all, I don't know if I've mentioned my buddy. I apologize if this phrase offends anybody. I'm not referring to the developmentally challenged. I won't even say the name. Forget I even brought it up. But I have a buddy, Dwayne, that we call Dwayne the Blank. And he used to say, first of all, And first of all, need to have like 3 or 4 first of alls when he was trying to rattle off a list of things. The Omaha Municipal Airport has 2 gates. Well, there's 2, I guess I should say there's 2 concourses, A and B. So if you're not in the right one, you just go to the other one. He got lost in the Omaha airport. He frequently will call us up and be like, hey, what are you doing? You want to go watch the game? Yeah. Where do you want to meet? Let's go to the Caddy Shack. And then like he'll go to Pat and Mike's, another bar, and call us and be like, where are you guys at? I'm here sitting here at Pat and Mike's. He told us to meet you at the Caddy Shack, you dumbass. So we go through stuff like that with him all the time. So if you ever hear me say first of all and first of all, that's just a tribute to my buddy Dwayne. Good guy. Might and agility. We'll take the shoulder pads just for vendor bait. I can't believe I'm out of quests down here. I know there's a ton more stuff to go do. I just must need to get another NPC flagged.
How you doing there tonight for your killer?
Was that supposed to be Frontier Killa and you mistyped? Lotro really is a beautiful game.
Welcome to Khazad-dûm.
Deep Descent, Orc Watch, blah 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 blah. Do I want to go up to the Deep Descent?
You're friends with Dwayne Johnson. That's it, isn't it?
Yep, that's him.
Nice.
Oh, this is the guy. I know I've talked about him before. He races pigeons. He has a loft full of pigeons, and he races them for like big stakes. He's won like $15,000 before during a pigeon race. He's gone to Detroit and San Diego and actually flown to Belgium to meet with other pigeon clubs and help promote racing events. And Duran's beard.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it because someone else in chat at the time had said like they were going to a pigeon race or something like that, and just happened to be that. I don't know. Night Cable.
As a matter of fact, that was the person I had lunch with today at the Vietnamese restaurant. CableNet, have a great night. Thanks for popping by.
Well, that's just so cool, man. Is that a Vietnamese joke that I just made?
What's that?
I said that it was so cool.
Yep, that's a Vietnamese joke. Nicely done.
Sweet.
You should write it down, and that could be on page 1 of your Vietnamese joke book.
Not going to be a long book, I tell you. And don't forget, you got fishing and crafting to do still.
I'm at the point now where I'm going to go back to the Chamber of the Crossroads and start mapping out the Winding Way. And then I'll tie to the 21st Hall, and I can go fish Ostguruth and then pop back here. So I should be able to start collecting trouts for the Trout Master deed at Ostguruth.
Arcast, I think type in ! lurk is like the opposite of trying to lurk.
The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom.
I don't see any reason to take a stable master's horse to the Dolphin View. It's right up the stairs.
Just do it. We all do it.
Not if you're Gussie Moose. If you're Gussie Moose, you use Mithril Coin.
Why, hello, Gussie.
Speak of the devil.
We were not speaking ill of you at all. Gussie finally made detective.
Awesome. I know she'd been working on that.
Yep, she found Maiden.
Good. How are your almonds?
Good. It looks like the Coke Zero's holding out. Mrs. Mustafa has wandered by for a snack check.
Is it holding out for a hero till the end of the night?
Probably.
Where's my hand?
I'm sure it'll show up on camera at some point.
It did.
Okay.
Hi, Mrs. Hand.
Oh, my neck hurts. My head just started.
That is fascinating. Thanks for sharing that with the group. Okay. She's editing photos and watching Murder, She Wrote.
I think that should be a new facet of your streaming. That you have to have her hand waving on the screen at some point.
She wants to participate badly, but she doesn't even like video games, and she does not like The Lord of the Rings. Not a Tolkien fan. Did you ever read the books, honey?
Yep.
Didn't like them?
Boring.
She says they were boring. For one thing, Tolkien did not talk about purses and handbags nearly enough.
No. What's a good saying for a losing season? Not a losing season. I can ask Pam. She'll say awful things. Thanks for a great season.
Sure.
Thank you. We still like you. I'm critical. I need some.
Kind of begs the question, why does the Winding Way need to be mapped? There's only one way in and one way out.
I think they want to keep track of those little neutral critters that roam through the winding way. They want to keep track of those guys.
Gussie Moose said, losing season? You suck. It's high school, kids. I think she wants to be more nurturing than that. Plus, it's like I tell radio control pilots when we host a contest or flying event, the only pilots who lose are the ones who stay home. And the poor bastards that are out in the woods trying to pick up whatever fragments of their former plane they can find. Those guys don't feel like winners usually either. But at least they got out in the fresh air and sunshine.
I like that you have a buddy with you doing the same quest. Named You Are Fired.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure where he came from. He was already out here when I entered the tunnel.
I'm not quite sure what the the background is on that name. Is it Sindarin or something? Oh. Is it Dwarvish?
I don't know. Oompa Loompa?
Might be.
I didn't pay that much attention to him when I rode past. Now he's too far behind me.
Have a good one, Arcast.
Arcast, yeah, we'll see you later. Thanks for popping by. And hopefully I'll be able to catch you streaming here sometime this weekend. None of the high school kids are listening, so you don't have to worry about them being offended by saying that they suck. Also, for some reason, my wife has latched on to taking photos of kids who go to a high school other than the one I attended, and I hated that high school when I was in school, so it's okay to say that they suck. She always gets mad when I put them down, but it's like, I remember how rude they were when I was in school. The important thing is that she shakes the kids' parents down for lots of money for taking pictures of their children. So it's enough to keep me in Coke Zero and in cinnamon-covered almonds. The 21st Hall. The center of Moria. Vault services, the auction house, the crafting area, everything that is good. Salembalek.
The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom.
And I don't know why I didn't do it with Loriana. Normally when I get to Moria, I like to go through the quest lines in order, but I try to get to the 21st Hall fairly early on so that I can get a bind here and be able to come in and do what I need to do. Crafting first. Nice. 68 Ilex boards. I don't know I will do them all right now. But I have not looked at Loriana's crafting skills in a while, so this will give me a good peek. I've done absolutely zero Westfold stuff, but I've at least gotten to proficiency. Ooh, I got a bunch of magnificent leather too. Woodworking, not quite proficient yet. Of course, the Ilex wood I'm cutting into boards now would help. And I am in the woodworking guild, so that's super exciting. Bet I haven't gotten very far on guild rep though. Woodworkers Guild. Journeyman is actually okay. If you haven't joined a crafting guild yet, getting the initial rep actually takes a lot longer than getting the rep later on. You can finish it much faster than you start it generally. Farming, almost none. I did do some apprentice farming, so I guess that's okay.
And since you said rep, I guess I'll throw this in just for the people watching the stream. If you are a fan of crafting accelerators, in particular the ones from the skirmish camp, I would pick up what you can now. Maybe stock up a bit because they'll be raising the price of the reputation accelerators, the 1,000 ones, come update 20.
There you go. Sage advice from Zinger.
I mean, it's not going to be like, a huge boost, but it's still going to be a bit pricier. Just because they're saying that, these days it's a lot easier to get marks medallions, and the price was a bit too low in the past, so they're making it a bit more fair. Night Cryos.
Cryles, thanks for coming by. We'll see you next time, buddy. And you know what? My apologies. I didn't see who actually threw me that follow earlier. Cryles.
Yeah, I saw a follow from Cryos.
Okay, I didn't realize he wasn't following already. I talk to him all the time. Maybe it's because I finally quit calling him Crylus and started calling him Cryles. That's my bad.
Sometimes Twitch is weird and does weird things, or people misclick easily.
But I'm right there with Gussie Moose. I don't believe in participation trophies or not keeping score. But in all fairness to the kids, the boys came in 8th in state and the girls came in 2nd. So it's not like they had bad seasons. In fact, having seen the boys play basketball one time live, I had to carry some of my wife's stuff to the basketball games when her shoulder was still broken. And the boys were pretty talented, but kind of undisciplined. The girls, you could tell, actually played really good basketball. Wasn't surprised they almost won state.
Oh, okay, guess they said the accelerators will be 8 times more expensive, so for some people it may be quite a jump.
That does seem like a lot. Well, while we are carving up the Ilex boards, let's take a look at what I am using for a weapon. Staff is legendary. 43 DPS per second. Who's heading out now?
Good night, Delar. Good, Delar Fendale.
Dealer, find ale. Thanks for coming by. Delarfindale. Sue. She's 56th. Scout staff. That's what makes legendary is frustrating is when you can get better damage off of a player crafted weapon than off of your legendary. Looks like I've got 182 points to spend, though. Maybe I just need to spend some points. Plus, as a lore master, I don't know that your damage on your weapons is all that critical. Like I said in Blue Line, you're mostly a spectator. You're just there to support your pet.
And I just happened to notice that on the forum, apparently, they're lowered. It'll still be a bit more from right now, but they lowered the price of those reputation acceleration tomes a bit for update 20.
They won't be 8 times more expensive, but they will be more expensive.
Correct. Because I think they were kind of raised because a lot of like the end game players, doing a lot of instances and content, easily, accrue a lot of marks and medallions. But it probably wasn't as fair for people who don't do that content as much. So it's nice to see that they are listening.
Let's figure out. Well, that must be the same book, right? 205 available. Nope, that says 252 available. This must be the one I actually have equipped. Alrighty then. So we've made a bunch of thin Ilex boards. We can now go to processing under woodworker and start pumping up our skill. Forester still has a ways to go before I can get Supreme Master, but I've got enough brushed magnificent leather that if I sit down and grind that, I'll probably get there with ease. That's good for 6 apiece, so that's almost 600 experience points. And I'm less than 600. Yeah, it's going to hit red just about on the dot. Who knew?
Yeah, I guess that's true too. It does look like there's three new rep factions plus extra tiers on.
Oh, they want us
whatever.
to work for it. Yeah, there's a sore point with me. That stupid rep grind in Minas Tirith was just completely unnecessary. Especially when there was no reward at the end of it. But the next 3 tiers that they added were 45, 60, and 90,000 rep points or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember seeing right or hearing right, I think that getting getting to the maximum, whatever it is celebrated with that faction, I forget what it's called, the West one or whatever, and the new 3 ones will complete a deed that'll get you like a really nice gold cloak with a essence slot. It'll probably, I don't know if it'll probably be like the new like best in slot item for a cloak.
That's one of the reasons why I don't get a chance to play too many other games. I actually try to keep my rep up and my crafting up, and it's enough to make you crazy.
I just went new crafting. I can keep up with crafting. The reputation stuff is getting harder these days.
Oh, I still had a bunch of loot sitting there in my bag. I forgot. There we go. That's probably enough crafting for now. And I got a piece of fragment or turtle shell, so I have to go do the turtle.
Yeah, go solo it. We got it.
I will rip that turtle a new one, don't doubt me.
Although I think like early on, um, when people were like starting to solo the turtle, I think Lore Master might have been one of the first ones because of the pet.
Pets are stout.
I don't know if it's still the case, but I guess at the time they couldn't be affected by that um, acid dot that the turtle puts on, so you know they weren't being killed as quickly.
Salam Malek. Loriana is now a supreme woodworker. And she got mail. It's like Big Ed Mustafa mailed her some stuff. My namesake character, Big Ed Mustafa the Guardian, is also here on Krikala. You've got Vault.
Greetings, friend. Are you lost?
Wow. Empty storage. That's freaky.
Looks like they won't be adding more imbued legacy tiers for update 20 after all. Originally, it was going to be like 10 tiers, and we would get 5 for free. But it looks like they're just dropping those out.
I don't think I've got any keys tucked away. Nope. There's a spear recipe I didn't have. I try to save extra single-use recipes whenever I can. Unfortunately, particularly if you have a metalsmith and tailor, there's so many recipes, there's no possible way to save extras of all of them. Just eats up too much pack space.
sometimes I try to keep extra scholar for the single-use tomes that you make, or whatever. The ones that people need for their own single-use recipes in order to try and crit them.
Yep, I hear you.
It is
But
hoped
once
that
again, way too
Marlene's
many,
company
especially
discovered me
since
for you.
scholars also have to hold all the dye materials and dyes and etc.
Pontus Hurricane asks, what's that thing on the far left? This here? Or something else? The level thingies. Good question. My friend Duressa did not know what those were, and she's been playing Lotro far longer than I have. You can track the item experience on your legendary items. I'm going to turn off item 6 here. If you hit the track button here, it just toggles those on and off for you. So if you want to know how you're doing on item levels, it'll show up. If those annoy or distract you, you can turn them off. And a lot of times, if I've got something I'm leveling up, I'll leave it on. But if I have something equipped that's at max level, I'll go ahead and turn off the tracker. But this way, if I keep it up, I know when I need to go get stuff reforged and whatnot. So that's not a plugin, that's built right into the game client. You can toggle those on or off just like I showed you from the legendary items menu. And for those of you who don't have fishing yet, you can get it from Arnfin in the 21st Hall. I did not realize there was a hobby master down here. And that should be the last place I need to draw. Ding!
I didn't realize dwarves knew what fishing was.
Dwarves are excellent fishermen. They do a lot of fishing right in Thorin's Hall.
May Durin return soon to his halls.
It's another piece of jewelry I don't need.
I guess they're usually too busy fishing for gold. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, Zinger. Fish are basically like the golden ore of the water.
You are ill-equipped to venture into
Sure.
Khazad-dûm.
Especially golden mullets, as far as I know. Scout club, scout staff.
The only treasure I can remember is the one that Rose dropped in the water at the end.
You still cry every time you watch that movie, don't you?
Shh. Not on the official.
You don't have to be embarrassed, Zinger.
Yeah. Oh. Pontus, Ed likes doing tasks, so he keeps everything.
Now, a lot of these could be turned in for gold. Even by my own admission, I'm carrying too much task item stuff. I should clean out more space, but
Once you start passing three full rows, you know you're getting there.
well, in 3 hours I can turn around and turn 10 more items in, or 10 more stacks of 10. So that's something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Besides, I got almost a row and a quarter of bag space, which is just outstanding. And that means, boys and girls, if I actually have a tie to Osgaruth, we're going fishing.
Hey, Cosmic.
Cosmic, howdy. Are there only legendary weapons, or are there other items too? The ones that show up on the item taskbar, legendaries have their own experience points and ranking system. I'll go back to the legendary. So let's take a look at, I think this is the book I'm carrying. Wizard's Fire Critical. Yeah, this is the one I just put points in. So this particular legendary item is level 23 out of a possible 60. I could use a Scroll of Delving to make this go up to level 70, and I'd be able to add additional experience. You can use Starlit Crystals to upgrade the device, and you can add different runes. It's got a bronze setting of power, which gives me extra power, extra physical mastery, and extra tactical mastery. Excuse me. It also has a profound rune of deflection, which increases my in-combat morale generation, and I was going to try to say regeneration. It came out generative. Also, my ability to parry attacks. I don't have a gem installed yet. Looks like I probably need to do some relic crunching, and if you saw me burn through 300 or 400 gold pieces on Galandriel a few weeks ago, I don't really want to sit here and crunch relics, so I'll leave that alone for now. But each of these legendary items that I have equipped has its own experience point meter. It can be upgraded numerous different ways. And so they have the legendary item menu that you can use to work on those. You were going to say something?
Pontus was asking about if there were legendaries for slots other than weapons. Like if you look at Lore Master, it's kind of an example because different classes have different legendaries for a couple different slots. So like the Lore Master has a book that is a legendary. You know, it's not a weapon unto itself, but essentially most legendaries are actual weapons.
We normally refer to that as the class item slot. Would you say that's a common term?
Yes.
So it depends on like Zinger was saying, each of the classes. Lore Master can have a legendary staff and a legendary book. Hunter has 2 weapons. You can get a legendary melee weapon and also a legendary bow or crossbow. Champion has a champion's ruin and a champion's weapon. Guardians can have a guardian's belt and a weapon. For the most part, you get an item that buffs your defenses, and then you get a weapon which buffs your attacks. I'm trying to think of, there's another class besides Hunter that just has 2 weapons. Wardens, I think, have legendary javelin and legendary spear or sword.
Mm-hmm.
They have 2 weapons. Burglars have burglar tools.
Yeah, kind of, because there's a couple, like the Warden and the Hunter, have, I guess the Warden isn't like really ranged, but since the Hunter is ranged character, that's just the way they did it. I know sometimes people are like, oh, but Hunters get 2 weapons that are legendary. But, the Hunter class item is not a legendary item. It's a completely different item. So every class has 2 legendaries for 2 different slots.
We're fishing, catch, and release. The grayling and the smelt are not of any particular use, so I'm just tossing them back here. No problem, Pontus. Feel free to ask any other questions as they might pop into your head. We love to help and answer questions.
As it is now, there's no legendary armor. They've added a different type of system that lets you kind of create your own armor stats with essences.
Had I not just sold off the tier 1 essences that I got, we could have explained that a little better.
Yeah, you won't have to worry about essences until your level cap. You might get essences that drop, but I would just trash them if you need the deck space, especially.
The most important thing is to just get your fishing skill pumped up. There we go, started Trout Master. We got a cutthroat trout. This area right next to the Ostguru Stable Master, if you get to about 50 points of fishing, it's a really good place to start fishing. You can start catching your trouts for your Trout Master deed, and it's a good way to work yourself up to 100 fishing skill. Plus it's kind of a pretty spot, and most of the mobs are too low level to bother you here. It's one of the nice things about Lotro Stream. There's plenty of expert players, myself being the exception, of course, but lots of folks in here give good advice and know all kinds of good things about the game. So most of the fish that you catch that have a purple background, some of them might be trophy fish. If so, they'll go right into your wallet. Otherwise, they're just sort of trash fish. You can vendor them or destroy them, throw them away, whichever you prefer. But if a fish has a green background, like the perch and the catfish do, those are actually cooking ingredients, and you can use those fish to make different trail food recipes. That barbarous barbel, that was a trophy fish, so that went into my wallet, and I can go have him mounted at the Breetown taxidermist. There's a special fishing taxidermist who will take your trophy fish from your wallet and give you housing trophies for them. If you've had the pleasure of seeing the kin house for the 40 Thieves on Brandywine, that will pretty much display just about every fishing trophy in the game. We got one or two of everything hanging on the wall.
And some of them we got 10 of.
Some of them we have 10 of.
And Moon's right. Completely forgot about the worsted bridle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the worsted bridle's a thing too.
You won't have to worry about that until about level 75 or so. Yeah, they're legendary items. You can get them as early as about 45.
There's a quest that you do in Aragian that helps you unlock Moria, and getting your first legendary weapon and leveling it up to 10th level is part of that quest. And then after you get your initial legendaries, it'll unlock the Forge and Relic Masters for you, and you can start leveling up additional legendaries. It's pretty slow going at first, but once you get up into the the 80s, 90s, 100th level, you can take a legendary weapon from 0 to 60th level pretty quickly. The item experience really starts to pile up at higher levels. Ball of gunk. See, now if all up had a character here on Crick Hollow, I could save up those balls of gunk and mail them to him. The good news is I've bumped my fishing skill up to 54 already, so I'm pretty excited about that. And did you happen to catch my tweet that I sent out right before the stream went live, Zinger?
I don't think I did.
I proudly used your fishing banner that you made for me.
Oh, nice.
Long time coming. I have to figure out how to incorporate that onto my main Twitch page.
Cool. Just don't make me make a inventory management banner and a task turn in banner.
Oh, I dummied those up just from stealing them from other websites.
You just switch those in whenever you're doing that appropriate task.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I think anybody who's watched my stream for any period of time realizes I'm kind of a low maintenance streamer. I don't put a lot of. I think frivolous is the wrong word, but maybe extraneous effort into polishing my stream. It's like, here's the game, here's a little picture of me down in the corner, here's some text telling you to check out lotroplayers.com and lotroreporter.com and watch and have fun. So I sometimes think I'm going to sit down and work on improving my stream, and then it's like, I'd rather play games.
A low maintenance streamer with a high maintenance inventory bag.
You're not wrong about that, my friend. I caught a bull trout.
I mean, where else are you going to find a streamer with 4.5 rows of task items?
Exactly. I am a hot mess, people. Don't be like me. My role here on Lotro Stream is to serve as the counterexample to how the rest of you should play. If you ever catch yourself doing something that I do on stream, just stop immediately and change course.
So what is that now? Two or three different trouts for the dude?
2 trouts that I've caught. Bull trout and whatever the first one was. I don't remember.
It's funny because I thought I always had to do like the trout thing in like
Cutthroat trout.
Rivendell or somewhere like that.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I mean, if you get into too high of a level place, you won't get trout anymore. I'm kind of talking out of my butt, but I think trout correlates to tier 3 crafting areas. Sturgeon to tier 4 crafting areas, or maybe it's tier 5, and darters are tier 4 crafting areas. Darters are pretty easy to catch. What's the town in Angmar? Is it Oghire?
Yes, there is a town called Oghire.
You can fish right in the middle of the town and catch all of your darters. 6-pound salmon, that's a nice little trophy fish. I caught a second bull trout. Fishing's up to 57. You can catch up to 10 points of fishing skill per day. What's that character? No. If you have your hobby window open, as long as the bar is blue, it'll show you how you're incrementing your fishing skill. Ding, just got up to 58. Very nice. This will actually turn yellow when you've caught your 10th fishing point skill for the day. That's your max. So it takes a minimum of, what did we figure, 20 days to go from 1st to 200th level fishing. So you start out at level 1. You can go to level 11 your first day playing, then to 21, to 31, to 41. So somebody with 200 fishing skill has been playing at least 20 days and doing a lot of fishing.
And isn't it like it doesn't reset at the normal server reset time? Is it? It's kind of a weird schedule on when it resets.
Yeah, it's like it's on its own schedule. I haven't paid attention to know when it actually does reset. But I have noticed on characters that after the daily reset, fishing was still yellowed out. I don't know if it's a true 24-hour timer.
Yeah, or it's like, maybe it's 2 hours after the server reset. I don't know. There must have been some reason that they did it.
Telerian would know. Find Telerian and ask him. He'll be able to tell you.
Have a good one there, Balls.
Balls, thanks for coming by. Glad you got to see me manage my inventory. A lot of perch and catfish tonight. That's a good thing.
And this is officially the last thing you have to do on your stream. You have completed your tenets. Gold star for you, my friend.
I am pretty awesome. Just ask me, I'll tell you.
I'll put a good word in with Mr. Mustafa for you.
She won't believe you.
She might let you have a little corner of the bed tonight.
Hopefully. Well, I tried to go to bed early last night, and I think after I went to sleep, she started throwing more blankets on me again. Caught a red band trout. Very nice. I woke up in the middle of the night tossing and turning and kicking the covers off, and then I was cold, and she likes to do that to me. She'll be cold, so she'll assume that I must be cold too.
Usually the other way around, but they take all your blankets instead of giving them.
Well, she starts out with all the blankets, so. And if I were to try to take a blanket off of her in the middle of the night, I'm sure she'd just reflexively roll over and punch me in the face as hard as she could, so. For those of you who might be watching who aren't married, literally the toughest part of married life is learning how to sleep together. It's not as easy as you might think. Mrs. Mustafa and I did not cohabitate before we got married. On the count of us both being devout Southern Baptists, we always made sure she went home after we were done fooling around, so.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Yeah, Jared Lego said 2 beds,
I've actually suggested separate bedrooms, especially the way she likes to lay in bed and watch TV on her phone until 4 in the morning. If you read a guide about how to get good sleep, everything that they suggest, she basically ignores. I caught another red band trout. That was very nice.
That's right. You said the other night or whatever that she was sleeping with the phone in her hand, and you took it out of her hand, and she still had her hand positioned that way.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, she did.
It's like
She'll
Indiana
fall asleep
Jones.
like this.
You could have replaced it with a bag of sand or something. I don't know.
Fishing's all the way up to 62. This is a pretty good fishing night. I've been able to add fishing points pretty rapidly. Doesn't always go this quickly. What gets frustrating about fishing is early on you'll normally be able to pop up fishing skill pretty quickly, but you hit the spot around 155, 160 where it feels like you're making 100 casts and not getting another point of skill. And it's just like, oh my god, why does this game hate me so much? And from about 160 or 155 to about 185, it drags on like that. And then all of a sudden, when you get to about 185 or 190, those last 15 points just pop right out again. It's not like it's calculated. I don't know why it feels like it drags out so much at those levels.
It's okay. You'll be spending forever anyways trying to get the last fish or 2 in each tier of fish.
True enough. But, well, if you start fairly early, you can complete them easily enough. And as you see, the bar just turned yellow because I got to fishing skill 63. Therefore, that's 10, and I am done for the day.
I just remember spending a couple hours at the fishing hole in Endwaith trying to get that last darter, sturgeon, whichever one it was.
Yeah, I can relate. Deed bestowed, Trout Master, 3 of 9. So we're a third of the way through Trout Master. The housing trophies you get for Trout Master, for Darter Master, and for Sturgeon Master, I think are really beautiful. They're some of the nicest housing trophies you can get. I have them proudly displayed on both Brandywine and on Arkenstone. I haven't quite fleshed out my house here on Crick Hollow quite as well yet, but I'm on my way. So we can go back to Moria. We have fished ourselves silly tonight. And just like that, I'm back to the 21st hall. Paul sees daylight through the window, so he'd better try to get some sleep. Yep, that's exactly how I am during Fallout 4. It's like, oh, daylight. Now I need to go back to the Chamber of Crossroads. Since I'm not trying to eat a sandwich with 2 hands, I'll just go ahead and ride myself. Hit numlock. So I can do some of this hands-free.
On a completely kind of unrelated note, I saw with update 20 that there's going to be like 20 or so plus new emotes coming in the game.
Cool. You know what's funny is, who was it who was talking about curtsying? I might have heard it on Lotro Players News. Sanswinda, maybe?
I'm not sure.
I think Terry and Sanswinda were talking about it. And that was one of the first emotes that I tried in Lotro, because they had a curtsy emote in Asheron's Call, and you curtsied. And I remember how weird it was that they had a curtsy emote that didn't do anything. It would say that you curtsied, but you didn't curtsy. And it's like, well, why would you animate it for your old game and you wouldn't animate it in the new game? And I guess they're finally fixing that after a decade of not actually curtsying.
It's a nice emote, though.
It is a nice emote.
There's some emotes that are kind of weird, like drool. So it doesn't really... It's not really like visible. Like, it just has your mouth opened up and then your hand kind of comes up and looks like it's wiping it, but it's kind of not very apparent what's going on.
That's okay. Gussie Moose still throws that emote every time she sees a ranger in game.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the emotes look pretty well detailed and kind of, realistic. Like there's a stretch one that looks pretty cool. Stretching there.
What do you think about the high elves? I kind of have mixed feelings about it. There's a lot of streamers and podcasters and folks who seem to really be down on elves. A lot of my characters actually happen to be elves. When I've played MMOs in the past, I've always kind of dogged on any other game that had elves in it, because it's like, well, you're just ripping off Tolkien. You know, World of Warcraft, Dark Age of Camelot. There have been plenty of MMOs that have had elves previously. EverQuest. And that was one of the things I liked about Asheron's Call, was it was an original game world. It wasn't derivative. It wasn't borrowing from other sources. Or at least blatantly borrowing from other sources, I guess I should say. There were some things that were familiar, but they didn't have elves and dwarves, and you weren't fighting orcs and goblins, and there was some original thought to it. And when I finally started playing Lord of the Rings, it's like, okay, it's Tolkien's world. I can finally play elves. So on Arkenstone, I have 6 characters. That's kind of what I consider my main character line, where I probably spend the most time playing. And it's 4 female elves, 1 female human, 1 female hobbit. Crick Hollow, Loriana here is an elven lore master. Trying to think who else is on here who might be a female elf. I have more male characters here. My warden's a human dude. Big Ed Mustafa's a human dude. He's actually Gondorian. They had the darkest skin tones. I was trying to make him look African American, like Big Ed Mustafa from the Clint Eastwood movie. Mapping the Winding Way. There we go. I think Narayana, my burglar, is a human female. I've Shogrun is my 1 dwarf character. He's a dwarf guardian. Who else is here? Oh, I've got a female human captain, Nanowin, and I've got a human champion named Bernagian, and he used to be named Elric, and when I had to do the character transfer, all the good variations on the name Elric were already taken. So rather than have him named Elric-1, I just decided to change his name altogether. Plus, he'd never be as badass as Elric of Melniboné. Great fantasy series, by the way, if you're looking for some cool fiction to read. It's an older series. British author Michael Moorcock wrote the Elric series. Elric of Melniboné, Weird of the White Wolf, Sailor on the Sea of Fate. The final book was Stormbringer. There's 6 books in the Elric series. Absolutely great reading. Really good imaginative fantasy fiction. Highly recommend it. Definitely a different style than Tolkien, but very enjoyable. And surprised that has not withstood the test of time better. It seems like a lot of folks younger than me have never even heard of the series of books, and they were quite popular. You'll still see, like if you see the name Stormbringer or Elric or Moonglum, those are all, or Mournblade. I think Mournblade and Stormbringer were twin swords. I'll just say it's interesting reading and quit boring you about a book you've never heard of. But
As opposed to Michael Moore, who wrote something completely different.
yeah, Michael Moorcock. Did I say Michael Moore?
No, you
I did
said
say
it right.
Michael Moorcock. Okay. All right, we're here. I don't have any quests queued up. I'm done talking about Michael Moorcock and Elric. So, Rift, Durin's Way. Looks like we're queued up in Durin's Way, so let's start flagging some of this stuff.
That's a good number of tunes there, Lego.
48 tunes? That's pretty awesome. Oh, I don't think I finished my thoughts on High Elves. I just kind of went chasing down the rabbit hole and forgot what I was talking about. So I have a lot of elf characters. I like elves in Middle-earth. I play a lot of humans, a few hobbits. Dwarves I haven't taken to quite as much. I've got the 1 dwarf guardian and don't play them a lot. Don't know why I haven't taken to dwarves quite as well. But the High Elves, I don't know, that would have been my first pick for a new race. It's kind of cool that we're going to have elf captains, I guess. And it'll be interesting to see what they do with them. Whether or not it's lore breaking, I guess, is up to interpretation. I was pretty skeptical about the Bjornings, but somebody showed me they actually quoted a passage of the book where it talked about how some men traded with Bjornings, like it was multiple, and there was a town or a village or a settlement full of Bjornings somewhere. So it's like, okay, well maybe there are enough Bjornings to make them a character class. So hopefully there's enough high elves to do the same thing, although I have been told there were only about 50 high elves left in Middle Earth at the time of the War of the Ring. So, but yeah, I mean, it'll be cool to see what they do. One of the things that worries me is when Asheron's Call was fading, it looked like the developers, then known as Turbine, had added a lot of extra character races and things, and just kind of kept adding on stuff to provide new features. And I was surprised when I went back to the game before they shut it down, how many additional character races had been added after I quit playing. But I don't feel that the Bjorning or the High Elf is necessarily a desperation move to maintain interest as much as it is just to expand and evolve the game. And I think they can do some cool things with it, and I think most of the players will appreciate having a little more variety. If you're like JR Lego and you've got 48 alts, having something new to do will probably add some excitement. So I'm taking a wait and see attitude. I would call myself cautiously optimistic about the High Elves. I think there's a decent chance that they could turn out to be pretty cool.
Yes, as long as you don't have to stand there and buff the high elf for half an hour.
Deathman's just jealous because he didn't know how to buff like I buffed in Asheron's Call. So
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'll definitely at least try it out if there's like a new starting area or something like that, just because it's something different. But unless it's really costly at the time, if they charge something for it. And since I'm premium at the moment, any new character I make is going to have some of those free-to-play restrictions that kind of keep me away from playing the character on a regular basis. But I'll definitely, try and check it out at least to see what they look like, if there's new starter area, what it's like.
yeah, and I mean, I am on Lotro stream. I should try to stay positive about the game because I love Lotro. I am positive about the game. But one of the things that has been readily apparent, and again, the game needs to make money. I don't have a problem with that. Generating revenue when the game has such a good free-to-play model can't be the easiest thing in the world. So that having been said, one thing that concerns me is whenever they come out with a new character class, whether it was Runekeeper, Warden, or Bjorning, they tend to make them overpowered, and that makes it more exciting for players to buy the new class. Bjornings are what, 1,300 Lotro points with extra character slots.
Yeah, something like that. You can buy it without the character slot, or you can buy it with like an exclusive slot that you can't get otherwise.
Yeah. So, there's been a lot of talk about how overpowered Bjornings are. And then the other two classes, you hear Wardens being overpowered, you hear about Runekeepers being overpowered, and all of those were added classes. They tend to come back and balance things out pretty well. In fact, I remember Duressa complaining she quit playing her Runekeeper because they were too squishy, and she just it might have been some of the Westamnent content, the Helm's Deep stuff that got added. She just felt like she couldn't play a Runekeeper because her Runekeeper was just getting the crap kicked out of him all the time.
Yeah, that's like the level, once you hit around 85, there's a pretty big jump in difficulty due to stats and stuff like that. So enemies get a lot tougher if you're not ready for it. And sometimes they put characters on sale, the premium characters on sale for half off or whatever, 70% off. So that's a great time to pick them up if you don't have them. And like I had said, Lotro, and I agree that Lotro, from the games I've played, has the best free-to-play model due to the ability to earn so easily the in-game currency. the premium currency.
I mean, you have to do a lot of grinding, but if you want to take your time and enjoy playing for free, there's really almost no penalty.
Yes.
A lot of players think I'm crazy for not having swift travel unlocked, and I probably am. But I feel like we talk all the time about how Lotro's free to play, and if there aren't any streamers playing free to play, and I don't mean with a secondary account, just to kind of show that yeah, I've got the second account and I can play on it, and I've got this character that's 60th level, and I mean this is my main account. I have a second account that's also free to play, just so if my niece or nephew comes over and they want to play Lotro, we can quest together. But I've never been VIP. I've never subscribed to the game. Wouldn't have a problem subscribing to the game. Lotro is terrific, but you really don't have to. I haven't been in a big hurry to get to level cap. So I've just created my crafting circles, played the way I wanted to play, and because of my play style where I'm leveling a bunch of characters up at the same time, I generate so many Lotro points that I don't need to go VIP. I've got the whole game unlocked. I've got characters at level cap. If there are any instances I haven't bought yet, I mean, I'm sure they're on my shopping list. Would we figure the only one I don't have is the Forsaken Inn?
I don't know. You might have it actually.
Yeah, we were just looking at
Might
that
have just
a
never
week
done
or two ago.
that quest to do.
Yeah, and it's just something that I haven't gone and done that one particular instance, why it's still grayed out on my list. But Lotro doesn't require you to subscribe, but there are definite advantages to it. 500 extra Lotro points per month would be terrific. I don't know anybody who would benefit more from mail anywhere instead of having to go find a mailbox, because I'm always trying to fight for pack space. Being able to mail stuff away whenever the hell I wanted to would be a boon for me. But I've bought my game content instead of renting it, as one of the podcasters is fond of saying. And if we're going to tell people that you can play free to play, then somebody should probably be playing free to play. So, and I like not having to pay the subscription. That's actually what brought me back to Lotro. I'd played Asheron's Call, and they had collected, I think I figured it up one time, it was right around $1,200 in subscription fees over the years. I was a long time Asheron's Call subscriber. Loved the game, loved the way the development team had put it together, and I'd gotten a beta invite to Lotro and had checked it out and liked the game. I thought it was very well polished, and I have to say this about Lotro, it was the best launch of any MMO in the history of MMOs. I mean, the game client, even in beta, was very polished and very stable, and at the time, though, I just felt like the game was a little dull. I mean, it was like a very polite tea party. The lore was great. The graphics were beautiful. There was a lot to like about the game, but I didn't feel like it really offered anything new. I didn't feel like it really offered anything that I hadn't seen before. It just did the same old thing really well. And so I didn't subscribe. I wasn't that excited about the game. And what made me come back to it was after I got involved with radio control flying, I was spending more and more time out at the flying field. I was doing stuff for my flying club and just didn't spend the time gaming that I had been. And so I dropped my subscriptions to EVE Online and to Asheron's Call and had quit paying for subscriptions because I just wasn't playing the game like I had been. Nobody wants to shell out $30 a month for 2 subscriptions to 2 games that you're just not spending that much time in. But, after a few years went by and, winter would roll around or we'd get a stretch of rainy weather, I couldn't help but think, man, it would be nice to have another MMO to go play. And about the time I was thinking this was when Lotro went free to play. And because it was free to play, I picked it back up and started playing. And after I got a character up to like 20th level and got out of Breland, it was like, oh wow, there's this whole great big world out here to explore. This is really cool. I want to go see this. And that's when I started playing really regularly, and finally started to fall in love with the game. So that's a long, boring story, but hey, it's my stream. I get to talk, so there you go.
May Durin return soon to his halls.
Oh, I think you were muted the whole time. Were you saying something?
No, I was not. Nobody's listening anyway. Vitality and will. Those are pretty nice gloves. Collect dwarf letters. That's awesome because I just got done killing all of those Moraville. So if Lotro hadn't been free to play, I might not have ever come back to the game. I guess that's my point. I think I played DDO in beta and I liked it too, but kind of felt the same way. This is kind of cool. Not a whole lot that's brand new here, and didn't feel compelled to keep playing. But between the two games, I just had a lot more interest in exploring Middle-earth than I did wherever the heck DDO takes place. Which is a fine game. It was just a matter of personal preference on my part. There are a lot of Lotro players who actually play both. I know Hunzi does. I know Pineleaf does. Grizzly Wookie.
Welcome back, Hansi.
Hunzi heard his name. We were just talking about Lotro players who also play DDO. I mentioned your name. On Mulzarak. Oh, technical. I would describe Technical 13 as a DDO player who happens to play Lotro sometimes. Although it's nice to see him delving into Lotro more and really getting a better feel for the game. He really seems to have picked up a great deal of knowledge over the last few months.
Yep. Right there, Frodo kill.
Frontier Killa, heading to bed. Super great watching you guys. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by. We will see you again soon, and thanks for listening to me prattling on about nothing.
You're like an interactive episode of Seinfeld.
Well, the only reason they even let me stream is because the rest of the people here at the group home where I live are tired of listening to me. They figure as long as I'm on the computer, it gives the rest of them a break. Okay, we defeated the captain. Find the Bat Cave. Find the ancient shield. Oh, I think I remember where the ancient shield is. Somewhere there's another emissary that needs to die. Saw those Feasts of Rohan in my inventory. I was afraid they were balls of gunk. It's like, didn't I just throw all those away? Ooh, I defeated a goblin. Bats look funny when they're on fire. I like it. I have discovered Glockaroo. That was a weird little hiccup. Nothing a new Ryzen processor can't cure. M-Dog, howdy. How'd your stream go? Pretty good? There are a couple of streamers I wanted to give a shout out. Our friend Arcast was here earlier. You can probably guess who else is going to get one. So I was just saying shout out, or saying howdy to M-Dog. If you're not yet following M-Dog Gaming, go check out his stream. He's new to streaming Lotro, but has played the game a bit in the past, is getting back into it. Good streamer. Ingmar has been knocking me in the tail. Yeah, that happens. Ingmar gets tough when you start running into the fellowship quests. The other person we want to give a shout out to is the highly talented McVegan Pants. McVegan Pants has just started streaming Lotro, and I think she is going to do very well also. Personable, studies the game, does a much better job of paying attention to chat than I do. Not that that's a high compliment, but I think they're both fun streamers to watch, and will be nice additions to the Lotro community here on Twitch. So be sure to throw those guys some follows, check out their streams, say hi, tell them Big Ed sent you, and just check out what they got going on. We try to feature and support newer Lotro streamers. Everybody who streams Lotro helps us publicize the game. We keep Lotro's profile out there. Old players know that the game's alive and kicking and still doing well. New people who maybe didn't see Lotro get a first look at it. They get to see how beautiful the game is, even though it's older. And, not everybody out there has a Cabby Lake i7 7700 and a GTX 1070 card. Having an MMO that you can play on a little bit older computer is a good thing. And that was my 4th dwarf letter, so I think we're good here. Unless there's an emissary. There's an emissary in here I have to find. Thank you for reminding me of that, Zinger.
Hey, all I had to do is make sure you fished, craft, etc.
Bats don't like being on fire. I think this is the emissary. We're going to send Toonces in ninja style. Toonces, kill. Go get him, Toonces.
Gagged him ninja style?
Yep. I was hosting M-Dog here while I was setting up for the stream earlier tonight. Hopefully some of you guys who arrived early got a chance to catch him, but throw him some love.
I haven't played my Lore Master in forever. Didn't know what to do, so skirmish to the rescue.
There you go. You're in trouble in Tuckborough 3 or 4 times. You're bound to get the hang of them again.
Fortunately, I have more than just those 2 available. Alright, I don't want to do Storm Messengers too many times, because I'm sure people have seen a Lord Master do Storm Messengers 5 million times.
Once or twice, anyway. Now these guys are good to kill because they count as both a goblin and a warg slayer. So it's like getting 2 deed points instead of 1.
Plus you can still burgle them.
Unless you're a lore master. Although, now that you say it, I don't know that I knew I could burgle warg riders. I'm not sure I ever have.
Yeah, I mean, if they were only counted as wards, then no, but since there's someone riding them, that's good. Someone has pockets there.
Yeah, I feel like I might have taken a wrong turn somewhere. I think this is right where you first come up the stairs. And Toonces is ready. Go kill Toonces.
So you said you played a lot on Crick before the consolidation, so that's why you have all the characters over on Crick.
Yeah, it's a combination of Crick Hollow and Silverload. But I kind of dumped most of the silver load characters over here. I don't know, I played a lot on Crick Hollow, but I played some, yeah.
In general, it seems like a pretty underrepresented category in the streaming community.
Yeah, people say that. I'm not sure why. I think most of the streamers being on Arkenstone is just a coincidence. Like that was just dumb luck. I mean, I like Arkenstone, but the only reason I picked Arkenstone for my home server was I just assumed the server list would be presented alphabetically, so I didn't want to have to scroll through the whole list to find my server, so I picked Arkenstone.
The day of the dwarves
Turned
has
out to not
come.
be how it worked, but it was good thinking at the time as far as I knew.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
These halls will be great once more.
Though it's nice to see most servers are covered. You know, sometimes people even remember they have a burger or one Brandywine.
Yeah, it's weird how people forget that. Mishibug loves Crick Hollow.
Yeah, I kind of spread out characters to, so I, mostly have at least one character on most all servers, so that's good. When I made 4 hunters of the 4 different races, so I spread those out. So I think I'm pretty sure I have one over on Crick.
You really like hunters, don't you?
I don't know. It was my first class, so I guess I got hooked or something like that. I don't really even play it that much anymore, so it's kind of jumping all around.
Now that you converted Chromite to Blue Line, it's just not that quirky anymore.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's not go with the fact that they just happened and now be the most overpowered line. Yeah, let's go with what you said.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm sure like they'll give Yellow Line a big buff, and everybody will jump over to that one.
We found the ancient shield. And a wooden chest full of goodies. I would stop to fish that, but I've already hit my limit for the day.
Oh, I guess this means if a High Elf does come out without Hunter, I guess I will have to make a High Elf Hunter.
We'll see what we get.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
Oh, who do we get? Oh, Quests of Durin Way complete. Well, that's a pretty good deal. I thought I had more to go. I got me some Lotro points. 5 of them? Yeah, sweet. And I'm more idealistic. Which is good, because that's an equipped trait. A deep well. I am well traveled. It's a happy thing. Alright, we need to think positive thoughts. I'm getting low on Coke Zero, and Mrs. Mustafa has not been by to refill the almond bowl, so I'm snackless. And I could soon be without beverage.
Zut alors. Yeah, M-Dog skirmishes are a good time.
Yeah, skirmishes and instances are fun, and You know, when you want to play and you just don't have time to get too wrapped up in anything long-winded, it's nice to be able to just pop into an instance and play for 20 or 30 minutes. And
Yeah, and I just really like how customizable they made skirmishes.
it's a good thing. I think it was Terry Adwin who got me on running the tier 2 duos at level cap on my champion solo. That's pretty fun. Well, I'm closer to the bat cave than I thought. I think Tubes has killed a cave rat.
I'm supposed to be debuffing things by Lord Master, aren't I? Whoops.
Are you playing along, trying to remember how to play your Lore Master?
Something like that, I don't know. I'm just hitting skills and making things go by. I still like using the bear companion.
You know, one of the things that always makes me giggle is I love using the bear companion if I'm fighting orcs. I just love the idea of 3 orcs sitting around a campfire, just minding their own business, maybe cooking up a little something to eat, and all of a sudden this mad bear just comes charging in and starts attacking them. And they're like, what the hell? I don't know why, that just makes me giggle.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey, Hunter. How was the gym?
How was the gym?
That good, huh?
I went.
That's the important thing.
Okay.
And anybody that says getting fit is really fun, I think, is lying.
Fess up, you actually went out for pizza, right?
I wish. I haven't had an ounce of junk food for like 2 weeks now.
Zig Ziglar said it best, Hunzi. You don't pay the price to get fit, you pay the price to not get fit. Being fit is its own reward, so you suffer more from not putting the effort in than you ever do from doing what you need to do. Or something. Nope, no bat cave here. I feel like I play a lore master fairly competently, at least at this level, but I don't really know all the nuances. I've only ever used the lynx, the bear, and the bog lurker for pets. And I've never bothered to make any of the pendants that give you access to different variations.
Yeah, my bear is a tundra cub right now, so it's extra cute.
Nice going, Pang. Silent Street is not easy. I tried running that with a pickup fellowship, and we just got run over and run over and run over. And the only thing I can say in my defense was I was usually one of the last to fall, but that's usually small consolation.
Or you could be Andrew All-Stars and solo it with one hand behind your back.
He is awesome.
And he actually knows how to play Lore Master.
He does. Bats on fire make me giggle. And then I just kind of like hitting stuff with my staff because it's funny. Hi, Noondon, welcome. Glad to have you with us tonight. Yeah, minstrels do have their appeal. I just have a hard time playing any of the yelling classes. That might be why I don't like dwarves. I think dwarves tend to yell a lot. That whole Baruch Azad thing. But wardens, minstrels, and captains, if you sit down and play for an hour or two, they're not too bad. But if you play for 3, 4, 5 hours, the shouting just kind of wears me out. I know you can go in and adjust the volume. But should you have to, really? That's my question.
You said that we were going to start a kinship with, all the yelling classes called up to 11, right?
Yes. Or just an all-minstrel kinship called We Win. I need 2 more bats.
Or someone pushed the red button.
I need no more bats. Don't do it, bat. Now you got Toonces to deal with. Now we can go. Come along, Toonses.
Patty makes a good point.
You just gotta equip bagpipes. Makes you forget the yelling. That is a good point.
These halls will be great once more. We have seen naught of Durian's bane. Be wary if you journey into Moria.
Time to goat up. On the pigborn, that is even a real instrument. I think it's pibgorn, isn't it? Looks like pigborn.
I'm pretty sure Pigborn is, something from Skyrim, right?
Dragonborn, pigborn. It's easy to get the two confused.
It's the people who didn't quite make it, to the legendary status. They're still. They know how to oink.
I think pigborn was a thing from the Deliverance MMO. That was Ned Beatty's character class.
Perhaps.
Old movie reference that I won't
Greetings,
describe in
friend. Are you
detail.
lost? Oh, glorious day! We shall
Might have
soon
dated
restore
myself with that
Moria.
one, and I might be the only one who's giggling.
These halls will be great once more. If we are to find Mithral and Khazad-dûm, we will first have to deal with the orcs. We have little time to speak. Great events have been set in motion. The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
Durin's folk will defy Durin's bane.
Good news, Durin's Bane is dead. You can all go home. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. See Toonses drop down that ledge just like a little feline ninja. It's impressive stuff. M-Dog gets the reference. Collect the glowing crystals.
All I remember is the dueling banjos. That's all I remember. Sorry.
There you go. Near, 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 near.
Bow, 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 bow.
Anyway, you collect enough glowing crystals, then you find out that you're picking up radioactive material and you have weeks to live. That'd be a fun quest. Imagine a giant underground garden right in the middle of Moria. All that light coming through a hole in the ceiling. Like I said earlier today, M-Dog, you just have to spend 2 or 3 months wandering around in here, and then once you know your way around, you'll have a whole new appreciation for it.
Oh, that's right. I can stun things too, can't I? Oh.
Who knew?
Crowd control is not my specialty.
Well, eventually the crowd becomes unstunned and you still have to kill everything. Can't quite make it up over the fence.
It's a good thing I don't have another character who can do a decent amount of crowd control. That level cap. Oh wait. The old bird.
Moria is big and confusing by design, M-Dog, but they actually did make quite a few improvements to it. The questing trees are a lot more lined up. You can follow along and work your way through all of Moria pretty smoothly now. Looks like I already picked that one up. Not so much back and forth as there used to be.
Yeah, that's my hair pen. That blue line's pretty nice.
I think it's Andrew who suggests that you don't play blue line. You get used to playing red line or yellow line, since blue line's so overpowered.
Finally, he heard you say that.
Healthy moderate. Hooray for Ilex wood. There's usually some crafting materials over in here and a statue piece. So I just had to pop in. Toonce's kill. Skarn, Moraville.
You said that just as I killed a lynx. Hopefully it wasn't his cousin.
Hopefully. Don't think for a second Toots's won't hunt you down and murder you, even if you're on a different server. Toots's is fierce. Mustering Hall.
Howdy, McBombadil.
Ahoy, McBombadil. I was worried about that bat, so I wanted Toonces to kill it.
Everyone in dog.
Hey, M-Dog, have a good night. You streamed a lot today, bud. No work tomorrow, though. Hopefully you had fun. Take care.
The Lords of Moria have returned!
He doesn't seem very peppy.
But he sure does pew.
I found out why I wasn't getting any notifications with streams popping on mine.
You didn't pay your phone bill?
No, I wish. No, with this new PC, I don't know whether it was just when I re-downloaded or Twitch or whatever the case may be. I'm not sure. But everybody is when you go to their that little drop down next to their follow, and you turn notifications on or off. Everyone's was off.
Oh, there you go.
So I made sure I notified myself to know when Zinger goes live online. So I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, Zinger's stream's really been pretty popular.
I'm a one-trick kind of pony, you know. They're consistently black. And dark. And offline.
Or involving Hello Kitty.
Another fantastic, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Second best free-to-play system. I still remember the one time that I played it, and I saw 2 other people in game.
Shadow
It was
of
kind of
Mordor
weird.
will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm. The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom. We have little time to speak. Great events have been set in motion. Greetings, friend. Are you lost?
Azog's folk have not yet fully repaid for their crimes against us. Durin's folk will defy Durin's bane.
Collect records.
So you a fan of the treasure hunt event going on this weekend?
I have very poor luck with anything random number generated. I tend to avoid most of the festivals and special events just because there's usually no payoff for me. I can spend a lot of time grinding and I end up with useless crap that takes up pack space and not much else. And the sole exception I can think of was the summer festival where I got a bunch of Anphylis starlit crystals for completing fishing deeds.
Nice. Night Bang.
Hey Pang, thanks for coming by. Have a good one. So maybe it's sour grapes on my part, but I just find my time better spent doing other things. And anybody who's seen me open a loot chest knows the kind of luck I have with that stuff. So if there's some special rare drop item that you might get a chance of earning if you really grind it out, it means I've got no chance and I will never see anything cool ever. Although what was funny about that is I heard him talking on one of the Lotro players' podcasts about Draculetta being horribly frustrated at never being able to get one of the skeleton horses. And I actually pulled one of those on Shinaria. My guardian on Arkenstone has one. It was just one of those dumb random luck things, so...
Cool. Yeah, that's a very old running joke with Drac.
Toonce's kill.
It dates back from the old days of the podcast there. This is indeed Moria, Rifa.
Hi, Rifa. I think maybe he wanted that said in like a "This is Sparta" voice. Like, "This is Moria!" Then I'm supposed to kick the Moraville off a ledge or something. I'm just guessing.
Certainly plenty of ledges.
Salab Nurjundal. Western Durin's Way. Gotta get some stuff reforged. I found 7 different locations. That was good for 5 Lotro points and another point of idealism, which is another will trait, which I also have equipped. So, hooray for me.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Yeah, Rifa, is it your first time through Moria?
Also at hay. know where that goes. Yeah, I was joking with McDog Gaming earlier that you just have to spend about 6 months wandering around lost inside of Moria, and then after that you'll kind of know your way around and you'll start to like it better.
Yeah, definitely learn to love the landmarks and use them to your advantage to get around.
And trust me, no matter how many times I've been through all of this, there's still parts that I get turned around and lost in. You're in good
And
company.
never trust the map at all. You can use the map as a base, to get around and do quests, but it's
Like
so
Stockholm Syndrome, yeah.
it's so vertically designed that it's hard to use it reliably as a guide to get around.
Especially if you're like me and you're not a smart man. It's the glass hall. I don't see any records up there. Alright, let's go find those records.
I don't really see any glass either.
Also true. He messed with Toonces. He lost. This might be the staircase I was thinking of. Nope. No records up here either. Up there they are. I'm just wandering around lost. See, like I said, even those of us who claim to be familiar with Moria spend a lot of time wandering around in here.
Especially that all up in you guy. He's always wandering.
Hence the name, The Wanderings of All Up in Ya. You like Everswim the most so far? The openness of it is just awesome. Wait till you get to Rohan.
Wait until you get to the cisterns of Minas Tirith.
Yes, the cisterns of Minas Tirith will make you long for the days of exploring Moria.
We will reclaim Khazad-dûm for Dine Ironfoot. Stay a moment. We will need your aid against the orcs of Moria.
Lest we forget. I've honored the fallen with the story of their ancient battles. Toonces kill.
Okay.
Toonces is all over that business. I have honored the fallen with the story of their ancient battle. I have honored the fallen with the story of their ancient battle. Yeah, there's a lot to see and do in Evendom. It's a pretty nice area.
Unless you skip the North Cotton Farms.
That's my favorite part. By the time you get to the North Cotton Farms, you're so tired of combat that running around collecting pies sounds like a good idea. At least in my humble expectation. Oop, I lost Toonces. Moved too far away. Gotta resummon.
The Orcs of Moria have much to account for.
I mean, they had the opportunity to throw some fishing quests in the North Cotton, but they failed to do that.
If only the elves were not so stiff-necked, we might make a swift victory of this endeavor.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm. These halls will be great once more.
Alright, let's resummon Toonces. I like the way he kind of fell from the sky there. That was pretty sweet. It's the mustering hall. It's a bat. It's a lob Nergalund.
Bless you.
Exactly. Nergendol. AKA the Nerge. That takes me back to the garden. If I take a left here, that's the wrong way. I probably just went the wrong direction. I needed to go this way all along. Or I'm mistaken. Nope, this is it. Jazzergund.
Did you remember to grab the mirror in the garden area?
Yeah.
Good, good.
This is the endless stair. Careful you don't ride too far here. I actually have tried to jump over to it from here before. It did not end well for me. Hello, Floyd and DeWitt. See, it kind of looks like they almost made that as a little ramp. So you just kind of hit that, and it doesn't look like it's that far away. It's a long drop. You do not want to be testing that.
I've died a few times.
If I could get a light war steed.
That's why we need workouts.
Hit that with maximum fury. I'd probably still plummet to my death. But I would die in style. And I got 3 things I need to reforge. We'll go ahead and reforge them before I turn in any more quests. It's the right thing to do. Fire damage over time sounds good. Pet morale sounds pretty good. Alright.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
Oh, I'm out of room. Son of a gun. Okay, everybody, this is bonus inventory management time.
Awesome.
I knew you'd be excited.
Mm.
Oh, good, I need another nap.
See Big Ed Mustafa stare blankly at his screen while he tries to decide what to sell. I don't know. A lot of times I'll take items that I know I can't use just so they'll be easier to spot the inventory to make room. Because I'm smart and stuff. Let's take a quick look at reputation. I have everybody kindred up to Moria. So we will go ahead and sell off. Don't need broken longbows. Don't need that charming tail. Don't need pure black fur. I think albino skin is a turn-in item, but I don't think albino fur is. Monstrous filth. Am I dropping loot? I dropped loot. I dropped a cracked etching. Alright. Calibrant salves.
That's okay. You probably just drop some keys in your boxes that would have worse junk in it anyways.
Exactly. I've just been trying to figure out where to store all the Daleman's crams. Shining bracelet, don't need that. Basically anything under 50th level I can go ahead and can. Worst job in all of Middle Earth? Task item collector. Would you really want somebody bringing you a bag full of creepy filths and handing them to you, and then having to reward them for it? I would not care for that at all.
Unless you were like Hannibal or something.
Yeah. Even then, I think he'd prefer to take his trophies himself.
Just think of all the skin he gets.
So for those of you who were watching earlier going, why is he carrying all that crap? I can learn and do better. Broken longbows are actually not useless. You can turn them in at ECAD. Oh, help me out. Mirabelle. The task board there takes them. But you can't turn them in for Moria rep. Most anything that says broken, I know the broken axes are useless. The other thing you'll get a lot of in Moria are broken crossbows. Also useless. You can go ahead and vendor those immediately. Now some of the stuff, broken wooden clubs, if I was really feeling greedy, I could probably sell those in the auction house. They're good for rep with 2 or 3 different factions.
Gotta get them stat tuned somehow.
Boy, I have a lot of creepy filth.
Are you talking in-game or out?
Little of both.
Balance, I like it.
Alright, that is exciting. We now have room for more fishing. Just kidding. Durin's Way West. Hello,
May
Oxy.
Durin return soon to his halls.
Balin came, but we have heard no word from him.
And that's 57.
I doubt that Lord Balin still lives. What foul and nameless things we face in Moria, I know not. We have seen naught of Durin's bane. Be wary if you journey into Moria.
If we drive the orcs from Khazad-dûm, will it be enough? I doubt that Lord Balin still lives.
Don't forget
Time
to
has
say
come
hello to the
drive
stable
forth the
master.
orcs from our kingdom.
Will aid you greatly trying to get back here at some point.
That way he might tell you that you're ill-equipped to venture Khazad-dûm.
I have heard that before. Well, let's see what we got going on. Does anybody know a streamer named Salt Squatch?
No.
Never heard of them. Or her.
Okay. Well, our cast is streaming Lotro, and I want to go raid somebody. I haven't met Salt Squatch yet. Our cast was in earlier. Why don't we all go over and say hi and give them a Mustafa raid or a Coke Zero raid or a Lotro stream raid, whatever you guys are in the mood for. I'm about an hour over my scheduled time, which isn't anything particularly unusual for me. It's not like there's anybody else waiting to stream on the official at 1 a.m. Central. But I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. This looks like a good stopping place. I want to thank Hunzinator and Zinger for popping into Discord and hanging out and keeping me company tonight. I want to thank Kryles for the follow. And I want to thank everybody who came in tonight to watch the stream and hang out. I hope you guys had a good time. I was a little laid back and relaxed tonight, but I just wanted to mix it up and do something different. I don't play my Lore Master a lot. I like the character. It's not my strongest character to play because I don't play it enough to be really good with her. But let's face it, when you're playing Blue Line and you're a little bit above level, you don't have to be good to be successful. I don't think I threw a single heal all night. But thanks for coming by. Hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll hope to see you guys again soon. So I'm going to count down to 10 slowly, and then we're going to go over and say hi to our cast. So here we go. Good night, April Anna.